full screen, and I won't be able to see the Teams stuff to raise hands, etc. So, but Aaron will be take care of that. Yes.
This is Diana Evans. Since I'm not on the technical advisory committee, I don't have a copy. It sounds like you have an ongoing draft of the revised tip criteria. Is that something you could email me? And I don't want to join Teams. I'm just listening on the phone.
Oh, okay. I can probably to you later. We would be sending it out to the the rest of the community advisory committee as well as yourself. So I don't have a way to easily get it to you right now.
Well, I'll take notes the best I can then, I guess. I have the copy of the current approved one, but I don't have anything
okay.
that
yeah, unfortunately I'm working from home today. My wife is out of town, so we have a small dog in the house that is very young and eats everything under the sun. So I kind of need to be here to referee. So I'm working from home today. I don't easily have access to all my stuff here. But I think we should go ahead and get rolling. So again, this is we're talking about the tip for the next, or the criteria for the next tip. And the schedule, the way it usually works is we have the criteria, we put out for public review, we get those comments back, etc. We tweak them how we want. In other words, the technical and policy committee chew on those and give us their thoughts. And then once they're approved, we put things out, build nomination forms and open that nomination process. And then we take those projects that are nominated and score them using these criteria. So we spent a lot of time looking at these criteria, using criteria from around the country, different other planning organizations around the country. We had some draft ones we had a work session on a short while ago. Got extensive comments both from long-range planning section at the Muni, the health department at the Muni, and from DOT. So we, just Aaron and I, went through those comments and gave our thoughts, and then tweaked them into this criteria that you see before you today, the ones that were sent out most recently. So one of the main things, the two main things I guess that we looked at we're talking about the amount of points that we gave to the safety kind of criteria, as opposed to the, I think the terminology was livability. I'm trying to look at my previous criteria there. Anyway, the livability, yeah. And, as I said before, we were kind of in too deep to kind of notice that we really hadn't given enough points to the safety kind of criteria. So we changed those points, increased those up to 28 from the, I think, 11 or 12 they were. And I think that kind of takes care of that concern a lot. We agreed 100%. We couldn't quite see the forest for the trees as we were working on them. So, and then the other thing that we've done that there was a lot of comment on were having one set of criteria for all projects, so the non-motorized and motorized, etc. And if you look at the criteria in front of you, they're kind of broke down to see two main columns. The one column that says complete streets, and then the column that says bicycle pedestrian. Our suggestion is to use these same set of criteria, but obviously if you're a motorized kind of project, complete streets or major infrastructure, then you're going to be using the points in that on the left-hand side. And if the non-motorized bike and ped sort of thing, you'd be using the points on the right side. So you can use the same criteria, but they're going to be used on different projects, because right now our policy and procedures set those funding parameters of 10 to 15% on non-motorized, 15% on CMAQ kind of projects, and breakdown for the rest in motorized or roadway and or pavement replacement. So that's a lot of words out of my mouth there to start. So if you have questions on that kind of overarching idea, we can try and answer those. And if not, we'll just start kind of going through those criteria that we have.
Craig,
Yes, sir.
Weddleton.
Yeah.
So you want to go through this scoring criteria. So the comment response summary. So some of these where you say staff recommendation and you accept and so on, is that already incorporated into what we're going to be looking at here?
That is what you see in these criteria here.
Okay,
so that's our
thanks.
version of what we have suggested. The challenge with the comment response summary is related to those criteria that we sent out a while ago, and so this version is different than all that. We were trying to take into account the comments that we got and have it show up in this document before you today.
Okay, good.
Greg,
Thanks.
There's some questions from James and then David.
Okay. Is that James Starzyk?
Yes, it is.
Here you go. All right. You're up.
Yeah. Just kind of wanted to commend you all on your work in this revision. I think that you really captured a lot of the concerns that DOT had, and did an excellent job of integrating most of that in here. So I just wanted to give a moment to give you all a pat on the back. These are really good criteria. Obviously, we still have some things that we like to tweak, but I mean, this is if this was what we had to go with tomorrow, I think we all agree we would find these acceptable. So, well done.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. As the gentle reminder, the AMATS is a cooperative entity. The city and the state together, we're the strange MPO that only has one local governing body in it. So these are the two entities that need to work on these and agree in a cooperative fashion to get them out the door to our liking. So again, this is a staff suggestion, and we appreciate that. Looks like kind of in line with what you guys were thinking. So
yeah, and this was a great example of how that cooperation works. Well done.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, Mr. Post.
Yeah, actually, largely the same thing. I'm not shy of castigating Mr. Lyons, when I feel like, there's more work needed. But in this instance, I do want to go ahead and congratulate him instead of castigating him, on going ahead and giving due consideration to our comments. Of course, I'm going to go ahead and raise some tweaks later on. But at this point in time, I do want to kind of go ahead and commend AMATS for going ahead and making some significant changes from what the prior draft was. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm glad this is being recorded, so we have this for posterity. Appreciate it. Okay, I have, I think Bart has a comment, and then Jim, and more than likely Mr. Schutte might want to castigate me later, but we'll start with Bart.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify, did you say that these were also going to be used for the CMAQ criteria?
No.
Okay, great. Thanks.
CMAQ criteria are pretty darn technical in nature. They talk about parts per whatever being removed from the atmosphere and things of that nature, and that's pretty technical. So that
was my concern.
Yeah, those will stay the same. Okay, Jim, Mr. Hamilton.
I'm going to jump right into the middle of what you've got edited. I agree it's a major step forward, but I do think we still have some room for improvement, and was going to offer up that we're talking about for safety criteria, intersection crash rates, and right now what you've got in the criteria is you're just identifying, does the intersection have a crash rate that puts it on the list, but it doesn't necessarily follow that the project being proposed would actually improve that or not, and that should be a criteria in how we allocate scores both for the highway scoring as well as the bike and the ped scoring is the proposed project going to improve that? Then you get the points. But if the proposed project doesn't even address the crash rate problem or the corridor crash rate problem, then I would suggest that it doesn't get the points. And I think you absolutely can provide points under the bike and the ped for the intersection crash rate and the corridor crash rate and some of those other criteria that are further down as well. So I kind of disagree with your NA for the bikes and the peds for the crash related stuff, because last time I checked, you definitely have crashes that involve bikes and peds. And that's in the case of the city. Some of our most important crash corridors are really a problem because it's the bikes and the peds that are getting hit. And I think we need to focus some money, time, and effort on addressing those. And that should be addressed both with the road projects as well as the bike and ped projects.
So I guess my response to that is what we were trying to do is, the first area there where it talks about intersection crash rate, it basically just says, is it in a place that has above average intersection crash rate? And then later on, it talks about, would this improve a truck related safety issue or a bike safety or vehicular safety? So we have different criteria later on that would talk to kind of hit that idea. Because I get that, I understand that. I know we talked about that before with the environmental justice ones where we said it's located in an area of, an EJ area, and the response was, yeah, but does it do anything to solve the issue just because the project is in there? We were trying to hit it by saying, what step one is it in an area that has an above average intersection crash rate? And then later on, would this actual project improve the vehicular safety based on the type of countermeasures that are being used? Am I hitting that right, Aaron? That was.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I just disagree with that. I think that they shouldn't get the points at all unless the project actually is addressing it or is aimed at improving those things. And I think those points also should apply to the bike and ped score. I don't think the NA is an appropriate response.
Okay. So no.
But again, that's my opinion. I'm only one of many here. But that was my thought.
And we appreciate your opinion. So you've been at this a while. So level of expertise that comes with that. So okay. Any other thoughts or comments on this first page here of the intersection and corridor crash rates we're talking about?
Craig, Bart has his hand up, and then I'd like to follow Bart.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Bart. I agree with Jim. I think the location of the project is not very important. It's whether or not the project addresses the concern. I had submitted comments for the tip that were left off of the worksheet, but they were about the environmental justice and project location. But I think the same applies here. I don't know if it matters much where the project is located, other than whether or not it addresses the concern. So I echo Jim's comments.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Schutte, what you got for us?
Yeah, thank you. I was going to ask Jim and maybe Bart, since I didn't see Bart's comments, how they would propose editing or amending this then to reflect that position.
The addressing for me would be is change the NA to the actual points for the under bike and ped, and the under the criteria, it would only be, you would only get the points if the project is addressing the causes or is intended to address those issues.
Agreed. If for example, like if there's a left turn issue that's causing a lot of crashes, that project would have to demonstrate that it's fixing that particular problem.
And you guys are both speaking to the NA that's on the intersection crash rate row or the corridor crash rate row?
I think it would apply to both.
So just
Okay.
for this entire page, basically, since they're talking about just is it located on a place that has an average or above average crash rate?
Yeah, I mean, you could have a project in a crash area that is simply putting back exactly what's there, and you would get points for that, but it's not solving the problem.
So this is, thanks for that clarification, Bart and Jim. I think I would agree with the sentiment on the corridor crash rate row. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around the intersection crash rate row. And the reason being, and maybe, Craig, you and your team can further articulate this, but the way that this currently reads is the points are awarded on the basis of whether or not the project contains one or more intersections above. For bike ped, I think the criterion of intersections being included in the project is not always going to be an option, and it may not always be applicable. So how do we land on what I think Bart's intent language was, but not just say, yes, it has intersections or no, it doesn't? And I realize I'm not phrasing that very well. I'm sorry.
I'm wondering if it makes sense to do some combination here to say project is located where it contains an intersection above the average intersection crash rate, and the effectiveness of the proposed countermeasures are high or medium or low. So trying to combine those things. I don't know if that's, I was thinking out loud.
Yeah, this is Aaron. We can do that pretty easily. And I see what you guys are talking about. And it probably would make more sense to integrate the countermeasures into the identification of if it's on in high crash area. Just trying to look at the other countermeasure stuff we have. Yeah, that would probably actually be better because we later on give bonus points if it's on an HSIP or Vision Zero High Injury Network location. And yeah, we could look at doing that. That wouldn't be a problem.
Okay. All right, that's, any other questions on the first page here? Thoughts, comments, etc.?
This is Matt. So with the bicycle pedestrian, if we're going to change it from NA, wouldn't it make sense to say project resolves a conflict with bicycle pedestrian related to intersection?
I guess I think that's what we're trying to figure out how to do is exactly what you're saying. Project is in that area and it resolves it, whether it's by
right. But is there even a bicycle pedestrian conflict that's associated with that high crash statistic?
This is Joni. I might just chime in for a second. I think that identifying conflicts, exact conflicts and intersections might be challenging for someone who's applying for a type of project that would improve the intersection related to bikes and peds. So I feel like that might be, while I think it's, great if you have the data, it might be hard to find for the average person who's applying for these projects. So I'm not sure if that would be helpful, or that might keep people from putting their project up. So, but I mean, we definitely recognize that improving the intersections improves bike and ped safety. And so I agree with Jim and Bart that, we should be measuring that for bike and ped. So, but my 2 cents, sorry.
Thank you.
This is Weddleton. Brief comment on this. So the two kind of grade ones that have not applicable, it seems to me they're covered by the non-motorized section in the middle. So I mean, they're.
Matt Stichik agrees. Seems like if there's a conflict, the middle one should cover it.
And that's why we put it in there as you see it. I was talking to Scott Thomas about this, and we broke it out originally from intersection crash rate applying to both to having one that the intersection crash rate applying to vehicular, and then the non-motorized frequent and reoccurring crash areas applying to non-motorized, because that's how they capture the data.
Would you assign double points if an intersection solved a conflict that also involved pedestrian conflict? For example, you've got crashes at an intersection, and those crashes involve a non-motorized or portion of the non-motorized network. Do you get points for both?
So this is Chris. I think that Matt. I think the answer would be yes if we removed the NAs and then added points to those other two gray shaded rows. And Aaron, thanks for that clarification. With that explanation, it makes a lot more sense why there's NAs listed in both of those.
Yeah.
Craig, I know you can't see hands raised, but Starzik had his hand up.
Thank you, sir. James, you still have a question or a comment?
No, I was going to ask for some clarification on something that Joni said about who is proposing these projects. I mean, these tip scoring criteria is done by AMAT staff, right? And we're not relying on people outside of your staff to score and apply these to projects, right?
Typically, we'll have AMAT staff, someone from Public Works with the CIP folks, long range planning folks, and then of course you as AMAT staff from DOT. So, but
okay, I was just trying to clarify her concerns that people would find this difficult to collect the data. I mean, it's going to be us.
Well,
AMATS collects this data. They don't rely on the person submitting the project to actually go out there and figure out all of the data we're talking about here.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff sometimes in the nominating form that we know most folks aren't going to be able to track down that information. So we take care of that. So
and in years past, we've had a couple of applicants trying to provide some of that data and got it grossly wrong one way or the other, not through necessarily an attempt to fudge the numbers, but just simply where they were looking was 3 or 4 years out of date, or they were looking at the wrong table somewhere. That's why it gets cleaned up and it gets consistently scored for everybody using AMAT staff to make sure the data is all right.
Yep. So, all right. Got that one taken care of. We've got good comments. We'll work on those. I'm going to move to page 2. Page 2, where this kind of I mentioned this earlier, but this is where this might be where we would combine them, but this is the part where it says it's on a certain area, but it also improves the truck related safety issue and different points for how effective different countermeasures are. So we are obviously have to quantify those countermeasures to figure out exactly what they are. But that's, I think, Aaron, if I remember correctly, that's something that we've talked with Scott Thomas about. That may be something that we just need to continue getting that information. So,
yes, we have a number of sources that we can pull from that show what countermeasures are available for particular safety concerns and areas. And these are from FHWA, and there's the countermeasure clearinghouse that we can use, as well as HSIP, the AASHTO information, and the SHSP, the Strategic Highway Safety Plan for Alaska. So
We also get some of that from NACTO as well recently in the last year or two, where they've got some of their identified more effective safety measures as well.
oh, thank you. I did not know that.
Cool. Thanks, Jim. Okay, so any questions on this page? All right. Just head down a little farther. That would be the last little category there. We did the freight, we did non-motorized, etc. And here's vehicular safety. And then the shaded box was kind of an idea of making sure that whether if there may not be specific crash data already in a certain location, but those folks whose main job is to kind of check for safety things, the MOA traffic and safety engineer, the DOT traffic engineer concur that a project could help those sorts of things, to kind of give some points to the experts in the field, sort of thing. Emergency response time, that's a standard thing that the MOA fire department keeps track of, their 4-minute response time. And I think, if I remember correctly, previously we had 12 points possible for safety, so we've increased the points possible there significantly. Thanks for bringing us to the light and helping us see some forest with the trees around it too. So, any other questions on this section, the safety section?
Weddleton.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's sir.
Go ahead,
Pick
John.
one. Okay, I just briefly on this one that's prevention for all users with no crash data. I mean, this works, you know, a lot of people just are astounded where you can't get a project done unless someone dies there. And so this thing where you can preemptively look and say it's a problem, I think is good. So from people who would come up with projects, is this common? I mean, do you see things, there's no crash data, but you know it's a, but you can just look and say, this is a problem coming, and it would get on the list? How common is that?
I don't remember it being too common.
We were given points for that during the last scoring cycle. We had a couple of projects that were in fact cited in places where no, we hadn't killed anybody yet, John, but you're darn right. It's just a matter of time, and we did take that into account.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, James, you had a comment?
Yeah, just kind of a overarching comment that I think is very relevant to safety, but to all of these. We talked a bit yesterday internally about how you know, some of these projects could have negative impacts on some of these criteria. And there are a few places where a project can score negative points. It might be useful to think about increasing the occurrences where that could affect a project. So just kind of wanted to make a blanket statement as we think that there's room to put in some negative points for impacts throughout these criteria to really get a full sense of the outcomes, capturing the outcomes, both positive and negative.
Okay. Yeah, we've certainly done that in the past. We've had places where a lot of times it shows up with something that appears to be cost prohibitive or things of that nature, and you look at it and realize, well, there should be some negative points as a possibility, just to reflect that something may be challenging to do, or the project would be something that would add traffic in a location that would have negative impacts, certainly in terms of environmental justice, etc. So I think we could look at that.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that jumps out at me is actually your very next criteria, the first one in mobility, reduces vehicle congestion. That's kind of an obvious spot.
Yeah. Okay.
Craig, are you updating the nomination forms once we get done with this, and then adding a little bit more of the definitions
Yeah.
to some things so that the nomination forms are clear
Yeah.
on how, just confirming that. Thanks.
Yeah, we'll as soon as we get this part finished, we'll create nomination forms after we get the criteria back and approved by the policy committee after the public review. So, okay.
Craig, a real minor point on this page. It says MOA fire department. I would cross out MOA and just say fire department. That way it's also the Chugach-Eagle River Volunteer Fire Department.
Okay.
Makes the same point.
All right. Okay, I see Mr. Post. I dialed in on my phone as well, so now I can see the chat. I see Mr. Post has his hand raised.
Yeah, thanks. I guess I was, I'm hoping we're launching into mobility now. I heard mobility already expressed.
Here. There we go.
So one of the things that I noticed when we were looking at this criteria is that, you know, we have a total of up to 20 points allocated for mobility, and then looking at kind of like that kind of the first two columns that are focused on the I think tip roadway table 3. You know, we have for reduction of vehicular congestion only, you know, really 2 points there, plus a potential for 2 additional points if it's on the NHS for kind of addressing vehicular congestion, you know, out of a total of like 20 points. So most of the other categories that deal with like the bicycle network, pedestrian network, and ADA accessibility, transit, etc. You know, they have 3 points up there, plus 1 point, you know, additional, and it seems like it's a little bit not congruent with the you know, the reality that 90% of the trips within the Anchorage Bowl are dealt with through personal vehicles. And which kind of begs the question, you know, why do we actually care about vehicular mobility within the Anchorage area when it's been pointed out that we have really minimal congestion right now? And I think that that's actually a pretty fair question, but it's important to kind of recognize that by focusing on congestion in the past, and by going ahead and putting in an extensive amount of investment in that in the form of over $1 billion, you know, for the Connect Anchorage effort, you know, we're allowed to go ahead and at this point in time kind of think beyond congestion too. I think that we're no longer just focused by our constituency on the fact that it takes us 3 red lights to go ahead and get through some intersections, and that has allowed us to kind of go ahead and look at investments, not just, you know, for vehicles, but for, you know, the benefit of other modes, etc. And so my point is that if we lose sight of that entirely, and we, you know, allow things to degrade here, we may not have that flexibility in the future. And so, you know, for example, you know, if you look at other nations and such, you know, they're able to go ahead and accommodate a lot of the other modes in terms of pedestrian, bike, transit, because they've developed kind of an adequate hierarchical transportation system here. So I guess, again, I'm just looking at whether or not for these columns that primarily are focused on table 3, are we underemphasizing vehicular congestion by going ahead and having the amount of consideration given to these other modes being much more significantly weighted.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the comment. It's a good one. I see Mr. Schutte and then Mr. Amundsen.
Thanks, Craig. I'm actually going to, as per usual, move the group backwards, if you wouldn't mind going back a page.
Okay.
So one comment I wanted to, or one, I guess, suggestion I wanted to put in front of the group for consideration is in the improves vehicular safety row. Even though we currently have an NA in the bike ped, I wanted to highlight that the way that you addressed safety on the previous page in the in the freight truck safety column or row, I really appreciated the fact that you acknowledged if a project has an impact on the safety related to freight movement, but also has the added bonus of removing conflicts or reducing conflicts between big trucks and little people, it should also get points. I thought that was pretty cool and was going to see how the group felt about adding a similar point scale or bonus points, if you will, to the vehicular one as well. I mean, it makes sense. The vehicles maybe are a little bit smaller than big freight trucks, but the intent of awarding points to projects that separate those potential collisions, I think is worthwhile. So I just put that out there for people to consider.
I think it's a really good point. I was actually having a conversation yesterday with our acting traffic engineer, and she reminded me that we know that the best way to resolve those conflicts is to separate the pedestrian or the bicyclists from the vehicles. And so adding the language in there under the truck one where it says separating conflict between freight and non-motorized, I think that's a pretty good point. It would probably make sense to add it down under vehicular safety, kind of hit the same idea. Sorry, I'm zipping back and forth between the two, just make sure people can see that. So, all right, that's a good comment. I see Mr. Amundsen and then Bart. So Jim.
Yeah, I was actually going to piggyback on what Mr. Schutte just got done smacking. I absolutely think that bike ped should have a reflection of points underneath the improved vehicle safety as well as the emergency response for bike safety, because anytime we have a bike ped project that provides separation or otherwise provides improvements to the bike and the ped conflicts with the vehicles or the emergency response, I think they should be seeing points accordingly. And if you drop to the next page where we were before we went backwards.
That one? Did I go the right way?
There we go.
Okay.
I also thought that under the reduces vehicle congestion and improves truck movement, bike and ped, again, whether we do it as a bonus if the project improves separation, but if I'm putting an extra 1 or 2% on bikes and pedestrians, that alone is going to reduce vehicle congestion or truck movement problems as well if I get that many fewer cars out on that same road. So I think there's absolutely points to be had that should be considered under bicycle and ped on how those projects are also going to be reducing vehicle congestion and improving truck movements. So I think maybe it's not 4 points, maybe it's a +1 like we did earlier under the truck movement, but under addressing congestion, I also think we should be seeing some points under the bike and the peds.
Okay.
Really quickly, this is Aaron. I do want to point out, we actually do have criteria under the improves truck movement for bicycle and ped. It looks like when our staff member moved this over to the reformatted, they forgot to put it in.
Okay.
So I just noticed that, but as you can see, we do have 3 max points possible there. So we did originally have something, and I'll make sure to add that back in. I apologize.
Great.
No, it's not a problem. That's why we go through this exercise, is to make it all better.
Yes,
So
indeed.
thank you.
All right. Thanks, Jim. I have Bart and then Shayna after that.
Thanks. Yeah, I was just going to counter Dave's point about the points for the congestion. And kind of bring it back to an equity lens. And when you look at, excuse me, project scoring through there and look at moving people, the idea and what I really support with this AMAT scoring is that one person's time spent in delay, whether it be in a vehicle or on a bike or walking or in transit, should all be equal. Just because there are simply more vehicles doesn't mean that their time is more important. And we'll never increase these other modes if we just solely concentrate on the vehicle congestion. So really support the spread in points equally among all of them. And transit kind of straddles that line, right? So we are on primarily DOT roads. Vehicle congestion helps transit get there faster, but we also, every transit user is also a pedestrian or a bicyclist too. So I think awarding those points equally should be carried forward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comment. I did Shayna and then Todd.
I lowered my hand. My comments are covered, I think.
All right.
Thank you.
I wanted to make sure you had your say. Okay, Todd, what you got?
Yeah, real quickly to add on to that, the only discrepancy I see in that in Bart's comments is that you only get 4 points, if it's if you get the bonus points. And so for the other routes, you would only get 2 points in that particular the first category there in mobility. So my recommendation would be that the first two criteria would be 2 points each, and then a bonus. But because otherwise, if you're not on a national highway system, which there aren't that many routes through Anchorage, you get less points than all the other criteria.
All right. So noted. Good discussion. I see Dave Post, you have your hand up. I don't know if that's from previous, but go ahead if you're ready. And then we'll have Emma from DEC, and then Mr. Weddleton.
Yeah, no, I just I wanted to kind of go ahead and respond to Bart again, because he brings up a interesting point, and I think that actually the feds have been moving towards person hours of congestion delay as a metric here, and I think that Bart brings up a valid point, rather than going ahead and having it be transit versus private vehicles, what is the most effective way to kind of go ahead and move persons. So that's another way to kind of go ahead and frankly remove kind of the arbitrary distinction there, is just to go ahead and put it in terms of person hours of congestion delay, and then you'll have to go ahead and apply the metric of how are people going ahead and moving through the corridor, or could people actually move through the corridor, or more people move through the corridor better with more transit, for example. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Emma, and then John Weddleton.
My question's been answered. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, John, go ahead.
Yeah, a couple of questions. One is, I'm curious why you get a bonus just for being on the national highway system, because it doesn't say it really improves anything. You just get extra points if that's where you are. And then in that same section, I think we should address the kind of the blanks in here. You've got on the first one, reliability above XXX, and then actually the next one also, you kind of have a question there on certain corridors. I mean, where would this is to
have
some blanks.
Yeah, to show that we're still kind of a work in progress. There are different ways. We know that there are some entities that are collecting some of this data on travel time reliability, and we're actually working on the possibility of getting some pieces of software that do that. So we're in the middle of that. We're not exactly sure how we're gonna track that. So there are a couple options that we have. So that's why that's the XXX, as in we're not quite there yet.
So that's a question for another day. When's that day?
I don't know exactly when that day is, but it's relatively soon.
Okay.
we've had a couple meetings with some folks that are collecting that. I know we've also reached out. I'm not sure if this is the right area, Aaron. Which is the one we're trying to find out if transit is tracking that? Is that?
That's later on, but
It's later
yeah,
on.
so we put this in there as a way to help identify that we heard comments from people that we weren't really addressing vehicular congestion in our criteria. So we put a criteria in to look at how do we want to look at addressing vehicular congestion, because it is something we do have to factor in. You know, the feds do require congestion as one of our primary things we have to look at. But, you know, we were trying to move away from the old level of service thinking. And when we started trying to move to, you know, travel time reliability or peak hour excessive delay, which are part of the performance measures, well, we ran into a significant data problem. So the likelihood is if we bring this forward in July to release to the public, we're going to have to change this to something that we can actually collect, which might be level of service. Unless somebody on this call has a way to help capture this data either through travel time reliability or something else in a way that makes sense.
Well, before people jump in on that, how about the question then on why is it just because it's on the national highway system? Something that gets points.
Because
yeah, Craig can, oh, go ahead, Aaron.
We were trying to recognize that AMATS is in a weird spot thanks to the feds, because we have performance measures that we are required to help address. Those performance measures, by and large, outside of except for the safety one, only focus on the national highway system. So we were trying to say, how can we capture projects that help us improve the national highway system as well as help address those performance measures? But the reality of the situation is, and this is where we've been struggling with, AMATS very rarely funds projects on the national highway system. You know, we'll have them every once in a while, like O'Malley. That was, you know, the first phase of O'Malley was a big one. But by and large, we rely on DOT to, you know, help address the national highway system. So maybe we can change this to say, you know, gets bonus points for helping to fix a national highway system route, even if the project is not on the national highway system route. That way we can show that we as AMATS are helping, you know, helping DOT and ourselves meet the performance measures.
This is James, if I can chime in on this.
Yeah.
You know, Aaron brought up some excellent points as to the applicability there. Another thing that we really liked about seeing that in there is that, you know, a lot of the projects that are not NHS have impact on capacity. And if you want to reduce capacity, say, vehicular capacity on some other project, you kind of have to make it up somewhere else. And so allowing this development of the NHS like this, helping to support the NHS like this, makes it easier to do things like a road diet elsewhere, because then it helps offset the impacts of those projects. So bolstering the high end of the road hierarchy helps to make those more human scale changes to the lower end of the hierarchy that I think has been a focus of the community.
Craig, could I kind of add on to that as well? This is Dave here, and you know, I think it was kind of partly a recognition of where Anchorage wants to move, and kind of looking at how other regions have actually gone ahead and been able to promote really wonderful streetscapes, complete streets, bike and ped facilities within appropriate corridors. And if you look at some of the the areas around the globe that have done the best job of that, and Netherlands does kind of, come to mind here. They've been able to do it by having a very good hierarchical road system where they have a pretty extensive network that's devoted to moving through traffic, vehicular traffic, and then having, another level, beneath that, and then having kind of local streetscapes as well. The problem that we kind of have in Anchorage to some degree is that we really are lacking kind of like in terms of the through traffic movement at the highest end. Things like essentially kind of, controlled access or limited access facilities, things that look like freeways or expressways. And at the bottom end, where we have like a good secondary grid system, by going ahead and having that hierarchical system, you're able to go ahead and optimize the roads, and you're able to go ahead and develop the type of street networks that are desirable actually for bikers, pedestrians, even transit users as well. So it was kind of a recognition of that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other thoughts on this page here, or any of the stuff just discussed?
Craig, I actually have one. Maybe if the group could think of, since we're talking about it, and I mentioned it, we could change this bonus points to say project is expected to help, congestion on a national highway, or help congestion on a national highway route, an adjacent national highway route, or something like that, because we want to recognize that yes, we can do projects on a lower functional class road that could provide benefit to a national highway system, but we don't always have to solely focus on the national highway system. We just want to emphasize that if it does that, it gets bonus points because that's a positive for everyone. So if anyone has any ideas, please let me know, but I think maybe going in that direction might be more beneficial.
Yeah.
I just, I guess, bookending this. So I appreciate those thoughts on this. One thing on Aaron's point, though, to some extent, building what Dave and Jim said, if we move more traffic to the national highway system, that can help our local roads, right? I mean, that's so.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Get traffic on there. So it's okay. Thanks.
And to that point, I mean, honestly, if you were to go ahead and I do like the Netherlands example. If you look at, just pull up on a Google map, it's amazing actually as to how much kind of controlled access facilities exist there. And it's really true. If we're able to go ahead and bolster kind of those type of facilities within the Anchorage Bowl, there is an opportunity to go ahead, and have some of the other roadways that are handling less significant volumes of through traffic to go ahead and be reimagined, so to speak. I think it's a real strong push here, for example, kind of improvements to Seward and Glen Highway connection and what that might mean. And I would go ahead and emphasize that there's a benefit of going ahead and kind of further stratifying it and giving, maximum points, say, to the interstate system, which is even a notch above the NHS. The NHS system in Anchorage has become fairly prevalent, back in MAP 21 when it was expanded to include principal arterials. And if we're able to go ahead and bolster our interstate system substantially, it might actually be worthwhile to kind of look at that NHS network and whether or not that's still applicable, or if there's other facilities that really need to be on that network as well. Thanks.
All right. we are ready to move on, I think. The second page of the mobility stuff here. I don't know why is anyone else getting? I'm getting quite the echo on my phone here. So
Somebody needs to mute their
yeah,
mic.
my phone was on mute, but anyway, so I'm off that now. Okay, so bicycle network. These are fairly self-explanatory, I think, unless anyone has any questions on these. All right. Next page.
Craig, actually, I did have
Sure,
one
go ahead.
question for you real quick. When you, I was just curious, do you think that just the phrase closes a gap, sorry, we're getting a lot of echo again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that phrase closes a gap is clear enough for people to make a good judgment on this? I thought it was I thought that was a little ambiguous.
Okay. I guess I'm so used to seeing it or hearing it that it made sense to me, but I'm way too inside her, I guess. What are folks' thoughts on that? I don't know, Joni or Aaron or Jim or anyone used to that kind of language?
No, this is Joni. Yeah, good question, James. I think, yeah, closing the gap is relevant. It is something that was one of the major criteria when we're developing the non-motorized plan. So, and I think for this particular criteria, when you're scoring it, we will be able to refer to the new non-motorized plan, which has identified where some of those gaps are. So I think that is a really important criteria, and it was for us in trying to complete the overall network. So hopefully that answers that.
Yeah, I guess my thought here kind of is that these are really focused on new facilities and not improvements to current facilities. And I wonder, is improvements to current facilities adequately captured somewhere else, would you say, or is that just not not a relevant enough subject to score?
James, most of that's covered under the preservation criteria at the end. So yes, this mobility one does focus on new facilities, whereas the preservation one will focus on improvements to existing facilities.
Okay. Ready to move on to the next page?
Oh, I've got a quick one, Weddleton.
Sure.
So on this Bruce Bicycle Network, at the bottom, you say makes accommodations for bike parking or bike share station. And I just want to clarify, is that an allowed use of funds?
As far as I know, I have not heard differently. Anyone else?
Yeah, the reason I bring that up is in the comic response, I think someone had a comment that, you get points for enhancing the streetscape. And your comment was, well, that's not really within the project definitions or whatever. And
Enhancing
kind of seems like it's almost there.
Enhancing the streetscape really is not typically something we can spend federal money on. Unless it's a very specific, if we're creating benches for a bus stop, we can buy it. If we're just creating benches sitting along a sidewalk to enhance a streetscape, that would not be covered, for example.
Yeah. So would bike racks,
I think that's what John's trying to get to.
Would bike racks be permitted? And is that the kind of thing we're looking at here?
I'm thinking if we have a bike rack that is connected at a transit station or something like that, but most bike racks are typically in front of a business and are an accommodation by the business for those, bikes coming to and from the business. And that expectation would be as the business would be responsible for providing them. That one's a tough one. You would have to really look at what's the reasoning for the state transportation, federal transportation, city transportation dollars being spent on something that functionally is to the benefit of a specific business.
Right. Thanks.
That's a tough one to sell.
Okay, I see Mr. Schutte has his hand up. So Chris, what you got?
Yeah, thanks. I was just going to piggyback on what John and Jim were discussing and provide an example. So, John and Jim, I think I would, well, I know this has been funded in other cities, so I'd go so far as to say when there's a piece of infrastructure like that, that's part of a, sort of a major infrastructure street project that places the bike facility or includes the bike facility as part of it in recognition of the surrounding area, land uses, businesses, et cetera, those are allowed. So an example, like if there were a project, a AMATS funded or a federally funded road project that touched a portion of downtown, and it was determined that as part of the project, we wanted to improve the bicycle network functionality by providing lockers, the kind of bike lockers that you've seen installed at a couple of the parking transit facilities downtown today. I would say that that's probably allowable, and I think that might be what was envisioned in this bonus language, although I didn't write it, so I would defer to staff on if that's true. But certainly we have seen those included as components of federally funded road projects in other jurisdictions because of that sort of synergy of road and surrounding uses.
Yep, good comment. That's kind of the idea behind it. If you're doing a project and then you see an opportunity to improve the bike parking or bike sharing facilities there, could utilize it as well, as long as it's part of the bigger project. Okay. Any other comments on this page?
Do you like strawberry coffee?
Just a general comment to everyone. If you're not actively talking, please mute your speaker. There's a lot of feedback, a lot of echoing.
And a small child there, which is entertaining. Okay.
Hold on, Craig. Weddleton again. So on the next part down here, improves pedestrian network and ADA accessibility, and under the bicycle pedestrian, I can't figure out the point system. Because you have 3 + 1, then 0, then the bonus +4 can earn 1 point for doing one of the following, but then each of those following has points to the left of it. So something doesn't quite jive there. And then the total of 10 in the max points column doesn't really add up.
So John,
Yeah.
I believe that the way that's worded is 4 is the maximum number of bonus points that can be awarded, and then it goes on to list how you could achieve potentially up to 4.
That is correct. So if you look at the
Okay.
complete streets one, you only get 1 point for any of those items under there. And the max you can get is 1, because it's recognized that purpose and need is an important factor that we have to think about for projects. And that's our way to help address it. Generally the purpose and need for a major infrastructure project is other things besides just improving the pedestrian and ADA network, whereas a bicycle pedestrian project is more focused on that. Those points can be changed however they need to be. It was just a way to address that. If a project is kind of doing above and beyond just adding a new sidewalk in, then it should get some extra points for it.
Okay, so +4, okay, so that's your max. Project can earn 1 point for doing any of the following. So if I hit closes a gap in pedestrian network, what is the +4 before that? Tell me.
For which one are you looking at, the complete streets one or the bicycle pedestrian one?
The screen that's up now, the lower right quadrant.
Okay, that's the bicycle pedestrian one. So the first thing you'd look at is if it's adding a new shared use path, a sidewalk, or doesn't improve the pedestrian network. So you assign points based on that. Then you go down to the bonus points and say you can earn a max of 4 points for any of the following.
Okay, I'm looking at an old version here. So I got it. Looking at what's on the screen is different than what I have here.
Yeah, some of the language was not
Okay.
transferred over from the original tip formatting or the original tip stuff to this formatting one. So I had to go in and clean that up. So you can earn up to a max of 4 points for doing any of the following.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Yeah, apologize for that. There's some formatting issues as you come through different iterations. So what's up is hopefully the best that we have right now. So any other questions on this page? I see no hands except for Mr. Weddleton, but I think he just asked his question. So we will move to transit vehicle delay. Questions on that? Okay. On to the economic section of the program here. Any questions on this? We have some pretty good data available through the categorized on one of these pages here. The EPA has a EJ screen mapper tool, which is just a great tool that we've used for a while now. It helps us track that down. So go on that. Any questions on this page? Okay.
We have one more minute with the page.
Oh, sure, sure.
Thanks.
So I'll jump in real quick while everyone's looking at it. I do want to address the fact that we have a criteria in here that we've heard comments from people before that says, just because a project's located in an environmental justice area doesn't mean it's actually helping the environmental justice groups. And we recognize that there is, yes, that is correct. However, I would counter that that's what really all the other criteria is supposed to be for, is a lot of the improvements that we have in here traditionally help underserved populations. So bike and ped improvements, helping transit, etc. And having a criteria in here and saying, is this located in a minority population area or a low income population area, may not be perfect, but it's a start at a way to help focus our projects in EJ population areas. I know we got a comment from Bart about equity, and Boston had their equity criteria and everything like that. They went through 2+ years or so of work getting the public to weigh in on the scoring to be used for equity for projects. And we kind of ran out of time, as usual, for AMATs, and we didn't really have a way to help address that issue that people have raised of, is the project really helping environmental justice populations? So this was kind of our attempt at, for now, putting something in there, and then as we do future updates of the criteria, we can maybe spend more time on spreading out more of the EJ population issues and how we're addressing those populations specifically.
Thanks, Aaron. I do see Bart has his hand raised.
Thanks, and thanks for that, Aaron. I do have an issue with giving points just because they're located in an environmental justice area, mainly because kind of what we talked about before, we're prioritizing NHS projects, high volume, high capacity projects. Those located in an environmental justice area are probably not beneficial to some of those neighborhoods. But I understand the complexity here, and maybe one way around that is the benefits that you're looking for to help those areas. Could you maybe provide bonus points if they are also located in an environmental justice area? So you fix a bicycle gap, you get points. But if it's also located in an environmental justice area, maybe you get an extra point or something like that to actually help see those improvements in the areas that you want to see those improvements in. Just a suggestion.
That's a really good idea that I don't know why I didn't think of that, but yeah, we can easily Oh God, sorry. There's so much going on with this stuff. We can easily look at trying to take this located within an environmental justice population and try and spread them out to other criteria to give bonus points or negative points on certain ones as well. So as you can see here in this one, it's -6 if it's located in an EJ area and will negatively impact populations. James was talking about having negative points for other areas. We might be able to link that up with the environmental justice side of things as well. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I see Ms. Zolotel has her hand raised.
Thank you. So I think Mr. Rudolph kind of covered my point. The way I read these is that they would have the inverse impact of what was intended if we're looking particularly at highways, and then we just look historically at where highways have gone. This kind of raised the concern that was raised in that I felt like, while I get the intent, that the actual applied impact would possibly be the opposite, except for where we're talking about non-motorized access. And I just wanted to share that thought.
Okay, thank you. John, you're up next.
Yeah, I guess a little on this, because I mean, we build our highways through low-income areas, and maybe they create low-income areas as well. But I guess this doesn't quite get to it, but it's like, okay, so we do highway to highway, also through Fairview and low-income areas, but there's components in there that can improve the area as well while you're doing it. So it's like some kind of countervailing project so that the net is an improvement for the area. I don't know how to get that in the scoring, but I think that's on everyone's mind when we do these things.
Yeah, I think, excuse me, I think we all have the same kind of thought, with the same goal of adding projects that are within an EJ area that are going to improve things for them, not make things worse. So that's our goal. We may just still need to tweak it a little bit to get it where we want it to be. Okay.
Maybe it's worth kind of discussing this notion of kind of community connectivity. When we have the travel patterns that we have right now, but for example, when we built the Burgai interchange on the Glen Highway there, it did a lot to actually reconnect Mountain View with the rest of the city. So it's actually an incidence of a highway project going ahead and making improvements that are desirable, I think, to the neighborhoods and the communities.
Yeah, good point. Okay, any other thoughts on this page? We need to tweak that. We need to figure that one out. Aaron and I guess we might have to continue working on that a little bit more before it comes back for the committees for approval. I see, sorry, Ms. Zolotel, hand raised again. Did I?
Yep, nope, that's correct. I had another thought I wanted to pass on, which is, when we are going to add scoring for limited English proficient population area, I'd be okay if we added scoring if we then, the inverse of that, or the corollary to that, is that we actually offer language assistance so that there can be more community engagement. So, with the points comes the obligation. And I'm not sure if there's a mechanism to do that, but I think that's really important if you're going to get scoring for that purpose. Somewhat similarly for low income population areas, if there is scoring provided for it, then maybe we need to consider what community engagement looks like, because it may need to be different based on the types of jobs. So, I can see a benefit here, but I think it needs to kind of come with a corollary responsibility. Thanks.
So do you mean just in terms of just our public outreach that we do with everything AMATs or just the tip criteria, or so make sure I'm getting the message correctly?
I mean, I would hope that we generally reach out if we know we're reaching into a low income population area or limited English proficient population area, that we're very mindful of those things. But if we're in the tips scoring criteria, if we are going to award points to a project based on those two factors, I think those points come with the obligation to provide language access and maybe a different form of community engagement based on the particular low population or low income population area, like the specifics of the area. Because I think if we're going to say, okay, this is for environmental justice purposes, I think our response to that should be is that we really do have a justice mindset, and so we want to increase access if we award those points.
Okay. All right. Okay, any other comments on this page? This is just kind of breaking down more into the stuff that's available in that EJ area tracker at the top, and then in the middle we're kind of trying to get to some of the stuff that was in the previous ones that folks commented on, and this relates to land use and the land use plan map that the long range planning group made with all sorts of different the different areas of town. So whether it's a institution or a park or national open space, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what we're getting there. The offset, I think Aaron mentioned this before, but the offset there is, that those kind of things are not broken down in the Chugach River area. And so we would, if the project was located in that area, they would get a 2-point offset because that mapping wasn't done out there. So, so any questions on this page? I do see Mr. Weddleton with his hand up. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I don't, just looking at that top, project promotes or provides transit improvement, ... Within the top concentration, what does that mean? I guess concentration is the word I don't know.
It's part of our, and you'll see over at the health equity area section, it has the 3 dots. That's linked up to our non-motorized plan. So Joni did a lot of wonderful work to do an analysis of health areas of health concern. And so within that plan, there are maps that have concentrations of these health focus areas. And so our idea is to try and link our projects with that work that she did for that plan, and recognizing that the health of our community is an important factor that we need to think about as well.
Okay, so if I follow the footnote, then that's explained.
Yeah,
that phrase.
I mean, the non-motorized plan isn't approved yet, but I'm assuming it will be eventually, and that data will be easily accessible for everyone to see.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay. Any other comments on this page? Last page there, talking about the footnotes, etc. Down to the environment category. So.
Hey, Craig, before we go into the next category.
Back here, or one more? Oops. Where am I? Okay. Do you want to look at this page? What page do you want to look at?
Well, I'm not sure which page is most appropriate. It was a comment that we made that I think maybe the best fit, is possibly in the economic section here. We spoke about maybe the need for a metric that recognizes there might be some opportunity for AMATs to go ahead and leverage funds from another source. And I think the supposition might have been that we were looking at like state funds. The reality is that there is a significant opportunity coming up. The state has been cleaning off its plate quite slowly, but it's actually getting to the point where we are looking at additional NHS projects around the state, and we're anticipating going ahead and having a bit of a call for nominations here soon. AMATS in the past has gone ahead and funded such corridors as the old Seward Highway, C Street, and others that are on the National Highway System. It might be worthwhile, and I do recognize that it's remote possibility, but it might be worthwhile to go ahead and provide AMATS some recognition of the fact that it could go ahead and potentially significantly influence the state's project selection process, possibly with relatively small amounts of money. So it might be worthwhile to go ahead and give some, something there for whether or not AMAT's able to go ahead and leverage additional funds. Throwing that out there. Thanks.
Okay. I was trying to track down your comment in the comments you sent in, and I'm trying to look at it too quickly. I don't see it right away. I remember it, but I just don't see it right away. But that's a good point. Okay.
Craig, we do have it in there. It's comment number 21. It says add a metric for those few instances when a project has the ability to leverage funds from another source other than AMATs. And our response was, we've had this in the past and it's almost never been utilized. And funding opportunities outside of AMATs for AMATs are nearly non-existent. And the state has not put any of its state dollars towards transportation in a very long time at this point. And I have yet to see any evidence that us providing funding for transportation projects influences what goes into the STIP. So we talked about it, but it was recognized that it would be once every 10 years it might happen.
So you guys were actually fairly influential when we were putting together the Connect Anchorage effort, although I will acknowledge that that was more a focus on state funds since we had most of the NHS funds tied up. We're kind of looking at a similar situation except reversed, where we have a lot of opportunity with NHS funds. And there's not a downside necessarily to going ahead and having a criteria in there that might not be applied. The only, there's really not a downside. It just means none of the projects, gets preferential treatment for that. Thanks.
Okay. I believe we're back to their environment, stormwater runoff, air quality, VMT, etc. So any comments on this page? Any thoughts on this page? Looking for hands up. Don't see any right now. Okay. Next, more environmental, etc. All right. And then I don't know if that's a word, Aaron. Perseveration. Anyway, I think that's supposed to be preservation. Sorry. Preservation. There's your one of your national goals, always out there. State of good repair, that sort of stuff. Pretty standard criteria in most MPOs. That's what they want us to check into. So any thoughts on this page? Bart, you have your hand raised. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, it would be nice from the transit perspective to have some sort of scoring where if you're improving transit facilities, if you're improving the bus stop along with the road project, creating a wider boarding pad, things that are eligible for that type of thing. It'd be nice to get extra points and identified in the scope when submitted as a TIP project.
Okay, seeing if there's anything, at least on this page, that lends itself to that, or that page. No, not right away. Okay. Comment noted. Thank you. See how we can shoehorn that in there. Any other thoughts or comments on this page? Or the next one? Resiliency and I guess what we're calling alternative preservation, things that are kind of ITS related or TSMO, Transportation Systems Management and Operations. So any questions or thoughts on this page?
So I'd give a quick brief of this. So we heard from a number of people that as we get projects nominated, there sometimes seems to be a missing gap in improvements that need to be made on the network that are kind of lost in the shuffle, such as signal improvements, stormwater, that aren't found out until the project's already in design and we find out we need another, $10 million or so to make these improvements. So the idea with this preservation criteria grouping is to see if there's a way for us to be more upfront about, okay, we're going to need some signals replaced, we're going to need some culverts replaced, and have that kind of built into the nomination scoring so we can get that information out there. And Craig, can you go to the next page real quick?
Okay.
And so we put in here the alternative preservation because I was having a hard time as to figure out where we should put the congestion management process. It helps with preservation, but it might be better under mobility to help with vehicular congestion. And then the ITS also might be a solution under there. So I put it under here, but I said ITSs might be better suited for mobility. So in light of our vehicular congestion discussion, we may move it to mobility and make it more of kind of like a alternative way to help with congestion, because I know ITS is not specifically just for vehicular congestion, but it can help with that. So maybe the CMP, TSMO, and ITS can be more of a all-around congestion reduction versus just vehicular focused.
Okay, thanks. John, Mr. Weddleton, you have your hand up.
Unmute. This previous page improves roadway pavement condition. You've got a bonus +2 interstate NHS or identified freight corridor. So that gives +2 for NHS that we already did for kind of earlier on page 4. Under the reduces vehicle congestion, you get +2 for being on an NHS route.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and I think there was some rewording for the one on page 4 that might make it not so clearly just a simple double count.
Okay. Let's see. Writing a note on that. Okay. Any other questions or comments on this page? Oh, Mr. Starzyk has his hand raised. James, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to Aaron's comments regarding the stormwater utilities being part of the criteria, but I also wanted to say, there's a number of other utilities that are impacted for road projects that would be extremely helpful to give some to give a point or two for considering and coordinating about the other types of infrastructure out there that are impacted by road construction.
Yeah, I know stormwater. I think we have it up here, or maybe not. Stormwater runoff, that's in the newer planning factors we need to take into account. So I think it's probably put that in there. But there are all sorts of other folks that would be impacted, I guess. So,
yeah,
Mr. Weddleton,
it's. I know when we're developing projects, that's something that that we're super cognizant of, making sure that if there's some way that we can coordinate and get that done, so that we don't come back in 5 years and tear up perfectly good asphalt. That goes a long ways for cost effectiveness and general preservation, because tearing things up, repaving them creates additional issues and stresses.
Yeah, that's not the best way to do that. It's not ideal. I believe that's the last page. Yes, it is. So that's the extent of them, folks. Are there other thoughts or comments on the criteria, kind of a more global? I see Mr. Weddleton with his hands up.
Yeah, a couple of points. One is we are working on a sort of independent long-range transportation plan for Anchorage that would, instead of just adopting the MTP, you know, would be kind of the precursor for the MTP. And I'd like to see somewhere in here some points for implementing, you know, municipalities' Lrtp. And since we don't actually have one yet, but I expect we'll have some kind of thing by the end of the year. We're working on it fairly briskly. And a lot of that will have goals and so on that'll match up with this. But so that's one thing. I don't have a, I mean, I had another point too. Do you want to address that now or just make note of it?
Go ahead. A couple other folks want to talk, but we'll finish you up first and then we'll go to Cindy and then Chris Schutte.
Okay, and then another thing that's fairly, you know, we've got a lot more, we have a climate action plan, and a lot of what we do in many arenas in the city is focused on that. So the 2 points seems somewhat low there, and then the only 2 points for decreasing vehicle miles traveled seems low. You know, and all the different things on congestion and so on. I mean, decreasing driving, kind of the somehow, you know, making less need to drive seems to be that should get more points.
Okay. Alrighty. Thanks for
and the climate action plan. So
yeah. Okay, Ms. Heil, Cindy Heil.
Hey, hi. So I was wondering, do you have a little table that has all the main sections and how much points are for each major section? Because do we have it balanced the way we want to have it balanced? It's kind of hard to tell, you know, going back and forth to see if, how does safety match up to the other different sections? Is safety overall, is that where we want the most points to be? Or is there some other section we want the most points to be? It's hard to tell where we're at on that.
Okay, right now we just have this version of it. You see, oops, is it not wanting to scroll up so far? This is as far as it wants to let me scroll quickly, but you'll see like here, up to 20 in this particular category, mobility.
Right. I remember seeing 28 for safety, and now we have 20, and now we have 16. Right. I think it might be good to, as a, you know, together as a group, to look at everything as a big picture overview, and before we start really messing around with individual points too much, or once we get done with looking at the individual points for each section, is look at the section as a whole. So the criteria as a whole, is it representing our AMATs as we want it to, right? Overall, when you look at each section, so safety our number one issue, so it should have the most points overall, right? Or not. That's my point. So
yeah, I get it.
Does it or not? So it's hard to see. So, you know, a little one pager laying that out. It might also help with going out to public comment so they understand how each section fits in overall of the criteria and could draw attention to areas. So it's not only getting individual points, but also as comments on the full structure itself and how relevant each section is.
I think it's a great point. It's a really good comment. So we will work on that. Chris and then John.
Thank you. I want to go back. Thank you, Cindy. I want to go back to John's comment on the Lrtp and the 2040 land use plan. Initially, when he was saying that, I was not in agreement, but now that I've had a chance to think about it a little bit more, I can actually see some alignment. So the economic heading for the criteria several pages back, I don't know if you want to go back there, Craig. It specifically is talking about land use and special land use features called out in 2040 LUP. And so initially I thought, well, that's enough, right? We're talking about the intersection of, no pun intended, transportation planning and land use planning. But the long range transportation plan could further articulate the goals of 2040 in a way that provides a level of specificity or direction from the transportation perspective that isn't contained in 2040. So now that I've done my own sort of mental walk in a circle, I think actually I agree with John, and it would be great to reflect that in some way in the section, in the economics section, perhaps with the in a line after the 2040 LUP. And then lastly, this is just sort of a nitpicky thing. We have the 2040 special features here on this page. Could we also put the generic land uses row that's on the following page right underneath the 2041, please? To keep the land use centric things grouped together. Thank you.
So move this section here to underneath this section here. Whoops, there we go.
Do it the other way around, actually. Move the, I'm lost now, you're moving too fast.
I'm sorry, my computer's here to anger you, apparently.
So I would like to move the land uses row that's on the page after this to this page.
Okay.
Thank you.
Got it. That's what I was thinking. So we're on the
really
same page.
quickly before we move on, since you guys have mentioned it a couple of times and I'm having a hard time wrapping my head how we would do that. You mentioned we need to have some kind of criteria that talks about how we're implementing the MOA long range plan. I mean, no offense, that is the land use. That's how we do it. And so I'm not sure what we would put in here to reflect that otherwise, because I will remind everyone that the MOA long range plan is not the only thing we have to think about. So if we put in something here that talks about implementing the MOA long range plan, we're probably going to have to put in something here about talking about implementing the state's long range plan as well, because we represent both groups. I don't think we should do that because those groups are responsible for implementing their own land uses, and we help out where we can through the MTP. So the MTP already factors in the long range plan from the MOA and the state. And so, as a trickle down effect, the MTP feeds into the TIP with the goals and objectives we have through there, and the projects that come from the MTP into the TIP.
Okay. I see Mr. Weddleton and then Ms. Zolotel with their hands up.
Yeah, thanks. So, Aaron, I think what you say is pretty typical. What we want to do, our LRTP will draw from the land use plan and all the various plans of the city, and have kind of goals and objectives tied to all that. So we definitely want that to feed into this. Our long range, kind of the city's long range transportation plan is implemented primarily through AMAS projects, and we also do bonds, but this is our implementation plan for the LRTP, so it should get some kind of nod at some point.
I mean, again, I'll stress that the MOA LRTP is factored in through the MTP, not really the TIP criteria.
I understand your point.
So we would be double addressing it at this point if we were to put it into here, because the MTP goals and objectives are what drive the TIP criteria goals and, the TIP criteria. So having it, I just don't know how we would do it in a way that really makes sense. And again, we would have to include the states as well. So if we can come up with a good way to do it and everyone's fine with, I'm okay, but I really think it's already covered under the MTP side of things.
Well, yeah, sort of, because this is the first time as far as I know, that we've had a separate LRTP and MTP. Usually the MTP serves as the LRTP, and that's how we know we're implementing both at the same time, sort of thing. So, but
yeah, I appreciate that point. I think as we move forward doing the LRTP, I guess, and Meg and I are working on that. We'll carry that thought forward. I see your point, Aaron.
Okay, Ms. Solotel.
Thank you. So 2 quick things. On the last point, it may be that where we reference the land use plan right now in the tip scoring criteria as the LRTP is refined, we co-reference or also reference the LRTP because I think it will be part of the implementation of the goals and priorities in the land use plan. And then to shift from that just a bit, I just wanted to flag, I'm not sure, but I have a vague recollection that in the climate action plan, there might be some health equity measures as well. So that just wanted to flag that as a place to go and peek to see if we are in alignment there with that climate action plan to the extent that it addresses health equity. Thanks.
Okay. We'll have to check that. Ms. McNulty.
I guess I would just want to add to what Assemblymember Zalatel just mentioned about adding, 2040 plan and the LRTP. I guess instead of it being so specific to the LRTP, I would maybe suggest in all adopted elements of the 2040 plan, because then it's not just focused on the LRTP, it would be like the Spinard Corridor plan. I don't know if that's going too far, and I probably just blew one of Aaron's gaskets, but that would be my recommendation if we do that.
I enjoy the idea of blowing Aaron's gaskets and seeing how he reacts, so it's always good. Mr. Starzek with his hands up. Just one hand up, I guess, not hands. Go ahead, Jay.
Actually, I do have both hands up.
Perfect.
It really only shows the one. I'm listening to the debate here about the incorporation of the different plans, and I think my perspective is very much in line with Aaron's. The state LRTP, the city transportation plan, all of those inform the MTP, which is where these projects are coming from. So and Craig, you're also right. If you're going to call out the muni plans of support, then you have to start talking about not only our LRTP, but also our statewide pedestrian plans and freight plans, and it's kind of a rabbit hole. I think how it's structured right now does a pretty good job of capturing that. That being said, moving on to what I really was going to talk about is some, and I know nobody wants to really talk this one out, but some kind of cost effectiveness metric would be really useful. We think about these things and like, okay, well, we could connect the Tony Knowles Coastal Trail to Government Hill by many different ways, one being a span that goes 100 feet above the rail yard, but is that cost effective for, and how do we capture that? How do we capture that in these criteria without having to do scope schedule, a planning level estimate for everything being scored? I don't know, but it seems like a pretty important step.
It's a good point. Yeah. Good. So
I guess what I'm saying is I don't have a answer for that, but I think it's something that we should all be thinking about. And when it comes around to the public comment period, when we all get another bite at this apple of tweaking the criteria, if we can think about how we can address that cost effectiveness concept, it would be super helpful.
Okay. All right. I don't see any other hands up. I don't see any other folks wishing to comment. So unless I'm missing someone, I think we are finished for the day. Any other thoughts or comments?
Craig, really quickly.
Yes, sir.
We do have a couple of comments in the chat.
Okay.
I was hoping to kind of just put them out there and read them so people don't think we're ignoring chat.
Thank you.
So the first one is from Chris Schutte that says, update the last edited date in the footer. Yes, thank you very much, Chris. I forgot to do that. I'll make note of that. Next, we have Nancy Pease said, putting ped and bike facilities in corridors with high speed, high volume traffic is not a safe or healthy facility. It seems this scoring can give undeserved points for low functioning sidewalks retrofitted onto major road corridors. Please address speeds.
It's interesting, when I was talking to our acting traffic engineer yesterday, Glenda Radvansky, she made basically the same comment. You can give points for putting bike or ped facilities, but if you're putting it right next to those high speed, just adding them is not going to make it safe or healthy for anyone. So just heard that same comment yesterday from her.
Which is why we need to move them onto parallel corridors, not try and change the speed of the corridor, because the function of that corridor is part of why the speed is higher.
This is Joni. Can I chime in just real quick?
Yeah.
On that comment? So it was interesting doing the non-motorized plan. We got so many comments about potential project improvements or what people liked, what they didn't like. But interestingly, we got almost the same amount of people saying that they thought we should put more bike ped facilities on high speed corridors, and we should have paid more attention to that, as we did with people saying that we should have paid more attention to the corridors that were not on high speed corridors. Or sorry, that didn't make sense, but the facilities that were not on high speed corridors. So I don't really know what the solution is to that particular comment. All I know is that if we are going to put bike ped facilities on high speed corridors, and I do feel that they are that is people are using those corridors and would like to use those corridors, that when we do that, we are creating a comfortable enough separation. We have the room to create a comfortable enough separation to where people feel safe and comfortable. C Street's kind of example. A friend of mine just biked out the other day and mentioned that how unsafe she felt on it, but just because, you know, it's a bike lane on that high speed road. So again, I don't know what the solution is, but I just wanted to comment on that, on Nancy Pease's comment.
Was she riding the bike lane or the pathway?
The bike lane.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Before we get to the last comment, Aaron, I see Todd has his hand raised.
Yeah, just real quickly to that last comment, that's exactly in reference to James's comment about financial, some type of financial test, because is it sensible to add bike lanes to the high-speed corridors at the cost of hundreds of millions of dollars to make that happen? So.
Point. Okay, Aaron, you had one other comment, I think you said, to read?
Yes, there's one more from Nancy Pease that says the MTP does not reflect local transportation goals such as VMT reduction or greenhouse gas emission reduction or Vision Zero. Thank you, Meg, John, and Michelle for pushing the reflection of local planning in these scoring criteria. I'll quickly speak to that as the MTP person. Vision Zero was incorporated into the 2040 MTP through the scoring criteria. We scored projects based on if they fell on a Vision Zero corridor. We had not yet worked on the criteria in a way to say, would we address the safety concerns in there? But that was fleshed out during the actual scoring of the project. So Vision Zero was incorporated into the MTP. In terms of VMT reduction, we did not have a specific criteria or goal objective to do VMT reduction. That'll be something we have to look at for the next MTP. We do have a VMT reduction in this tip scoring criteria, so we are addressing that. And then greenhouse gas emissions is a tough one, but VMT reduction helps with that, and it will be something we'll have to look at for the next MTP.
Okay. Well, I think that is all we have. I see no other hands raised and no other comments in the chat. So I think we're done. I appreciate everyone's time.
Craig, there's another comment.
Okay, great.
NCP's commented, but the safety goals in the MTP are for maintaining increasing injuries and deaths. Yes, because the federal regulations are very strict on how to handle the safety performance measures. And they say follow the data. And if the data shows that there is increasing injuries, then that's how your targets have to reflect the data. You'll notice that for our policy committee that's coming up later today, we do actually have safety goals that are lower than last year's safety targets, sorry. So the data is trending downwards, so our targets can reflect trending downwards. My understanding is FHWA recognizes the problem with if the data is going up, why should you be setting your targets to address that? And I think they had talked about trying to change that some way, but I don't know when that's going to happen.
All right. Thanks, Aaron. I see Mr. Weddleton with his hand raised.
Yeah, on the safety goals, and we may be straying far from our meeting topic here, but, we have been, because we have no other alternative, using the state's goals that are statewide and adopting those. But I would expect that the LRTP that we're working on would have something more focused on Anchorage. So we would be able to use those instead of just a broad state goal.
Okie doke. All right. Well, barring any other hands raised or comments in the chat, etc., I appreciate everyone's time. We can't do this in a vacuum, and so this is great conversation today. We got some good notes. Aaron and I will have to compare those later and go over those and create something. I see Mr. Weddleton, his hands raised. Is that previous or is this a new comment? I don't want to leave you hanging.
No, that's old. It's a great meeting. I really appreciate it, everyone.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Have a good rest of your day. For your policy committee members, we'll chat with you in about an hour and a half. Thank you very much, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done, everyone. Thanks.
Bye.
Yeah, well done.